who still has their verse? Are you done? Jose, you got yours? Gotta get yours, Jose. Emma, thank you. I've got everybody's verse now. Everybody's perfect. Okay, go ahead and put everything you're working on away for right now. And want to just go over a few things really quick. Hey, let me give you a quick heads up. Here is what your assignment will be for next week. Now, some of us, maybe a lot of us near the end of this 9 weeks really struggled, okay, in this class. A lot of it was our field notes. A couple of us just verse quizzes, different things like that. We really struggled. You can't go back and change any of that now. Hopefully today, if you got a good grade on that verse quiz, on your field notes, you're good. That'll help you out greatly. But starting next week, it's a completely new 9 weeks. We went over how you get your grade in this class. And next Friday, your report card should be going home, I believe, was the plan there. So hopefully you get that next Friday. But next week, let's make sure to work hard. Your verse for next week is going to be Psalm 1, 1, and 2. Okay, so you have 2 verses next week. I'm just going to tell you what your verses will be for the next several weeks. What it's going to be is you'll go Psalm 1, 1, and 2 next week. The next week it'll be Psalm 1, 2, and 3. The next week Psalm 1. We're going to go through this, I believe, off the top of my head, I believe there's 6 verses in Psalm chapter number 1. We're going to go through all of those, culminating with 1 week where we are going to have all 6 of those verses that you will hopefully have memorized and going through that. I just believe that this chapter of the Bible is so very, very practical and will help you understand. So next week on Thursday, your verse quiz will be Psalm 1, 1, and 2. And I'll say this, it's a little bit different next week because you do get a day off next week. So next Wednesday is Veterans Day, so you'll have a day off. So I'm going to remind you on Tuesday that quiz is on Thursday. But again, it is up to you to make sure that you study and get ready for that because there is a day off next week. So just keep that in mind. I know that breaks your heart that there's a day that you will not get to be in school, but you'll have to suffer through that day of staying at home. Hopefully, you are all able to make it through that very difficult time. All right. All right, let's go ahead. I want to open this up, and again, we've talked about this for a while. I want to make sure, I want us to look at the Bible, ask questions about things, and make sure we know what's going on. Okay. I'm going to open up to you. Now, what we have not had is very much participation in this area. So, a couple of things we're going to do today. Number one, if you don't have questions for me, I have questions for you. And so we will go through some of those, and then we'll go through that. I want us to really think. Here is what the Bible, it is not just a class where you sit here and I'm giving you notes that you fill in and that's all you do. If that's all you're doing and you're not thinking about these things and seeing how it affects your life today, then you're missing everything about it. The Bible is not a book that you just want to learn a lot of facts about. Some of the smartest people I know about the Bible do nothing with it. They know everything about the Bible, but they're not doing anything with their knowledge of the Bible. And there's no purpose to that. The Bible is meant for you to apply it to your life and to live it out. And when you come to different questions about things, it's best to try to find the answer to that. And so we want to make sure to give you time to ask questions. So are there any questions that anybody has about something about in the Bible, something we talked about, something we have not talked about at all, but you've just had a question about that you would like to ask at this time? Anybody have any? Yes. Is Halloween good for Christians? Okay, good question. Good question. Here's the answer to that. There is no biblical way that somebody could open up their Bible and say, let me show you a verse that shows you that Halloween is evil. Now, are there things that go along with that holiday that could be associated with evil? I think so. I think there are. But can you go out and enjoy that day and have nothing to do with the evil side of it? I think you can. I think you can. So now, let me be very, it's a good question, and it leads me to something else, okay? Because what you're talking about is a preference or a biblical standard, okay? There's different things here. A biblical standard means there is a verse I can turn to and show you this is why we should do this. A preference is where you draw the line at. Let me give you an example of this, and I'm going to get back to it. I hope maybe this will help understand. Are there movies that it is wrong for a Christian to watch? What do you think? Yes or no? I think there are. The Bible talks about whatsoever things are holy, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, if there be any praise, think on these things. I believe we need to guard our hearts and minds. I believe there are some movies that a Christian has no business watching. If it's a movie where it is all about sexual things and there's nudity and that's all, and it's maybe a comedy, but it's all about just things that are wrong and all of this, every other word is a curse word in this movie. I don't really think that that's falling into those lines of whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are holy. I don't think that that's the case. But there may be some movies that so that's a biblical standard. A biblical standard is saying, okay, there are some things that are just wrong and I should not allow into my eyes. A preference is sometimes drawing the line on those things. I'll give you an example. Some people, I know some people that they don't like Disney movies. Okay, and let me give you the reason. You ever notice in Disney movies there's a lot of like spirit type things and in some of those movies? There's a lot, like Mulan, right? Maybe you guys have seen Mulan. They have these, family gods or something like that they sort of, so some people look at that and they say, well, I don't like it because of that. Now, to me, I think Mulan's a pretty funny movie. The new one is terrible, but the old one I think is pretty funny. In fact, on our way to school, guys, make sure you're not working on anything else. I know we have an assignment that's due in a little bit, but that should already be done. So put that away or I take it, and then you will never be able to turn it in. We listen to the song "I'll Make a Man Out of You" like almost every day on the way to school. My kids love that song, so we'll listen to some of those. But is it wrong for somebody to say, I don't think you should watch that movie? Or they're not going to watch that movie. Is that wrong? I don't think that's wrong. Is it wrong for somebody to say that movie, well, I think it's okay to watch that movie? I think that's okay. Here's where it becomes wrong, when I begin judging people on that. And I begin saying, okay, well, you say, I think it's evil, so you're watching that movie, you're an evil person. That's when it becomes wrong. Or when I say, man, there's nothing wrong with this movie. There's a personal preference that everybody has, and the Holy Spirit leads you that way. So maybe for you, your parents may have a preference that is different than somebody else's. Coming to movies, coming to something like Halloween. And for them, they don't want to celebrate that. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't want to judge somebody for their standard being somewhere, or their preference being somewhere different than our preference. But as far as going back to Halloween, I think there are ways that you can celebrate Halloween that are good and fun for the family. And it's not dealing with all is there an underside to that Halloween stuff? I think there can be. I think there is. But it depends on where you're at, how you're going to celebrate that. So to me personally, I don't think there's a biblical reason that somebody should say, like some people are like it's a devil's holiday, things like that. The Bible talks about in Colossians, which we're going to look at, those of you that come on Wednesday nights, we're going to look at it this Wednesday. We're looking at next Wednesday. We're not supposed to, like these certain days, they don't really mean. It's just a day to celebrate the fact that you're alive and God's there and you go out and live for God. So just because it's a day that people have something does not mean that it is an evil day. So my answer to that is, it depends on how the Holy Spirit guides you and your family. If for your family, they're like, we don't want to celebrate that, that's fine. If your family says, yeah, go ahead, we're going to celebrate, that's fine. There's nobody that's sinning either way on that, I believe. But I do think that's a very important thing, because it's so easy for us to begin judging people. Like, oh man, I can't believe. Now again, I believe the Bible is very clear that some things are wrong and some things are evil, and go to movies, even Halloween. I think there's ways you can celebrate that day that are wrong and evil. But it depends. you've got to have a biblical mindset and understand what your preferences will be. In this room, some of your preferences, your parents' preferences will be different than mine. And that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. I'm not here to make every one of your preferences just like mine. Here's what I'm here to do. I'm going to tell you who Jesus Christ is. And you follow him. And once you follow him, he'll set your preferences. It's the Holy Spirit's job to do that, not mine. And so that would be my answer to that. Does that make sense? I know it's a very roundabout way of going at it, but I think it's such an important thing because I remember growing up and people just sort of bashing you over the head with preferences that weren't biblical. And I'll give you one I remember growing up, okay? And some of you guys have never heard. Some people do not like going to the theaters to watch movies. Okay, maybe you've heard that before. There's some people that think that it's wrong too. There's no biblical reason it's wrong. Okay, some people may say, we don't want to go there. Then that's fine. That's fine. But there's no one that can get up from the Bible and say, let me tell you why this is right. We've got to understand there's a difference between our personal preference and a biblical standard. And it's a very important thing to understand there, okay? And that's a good thing to talk about with, your parents, maybe your youth pastor. Anytime you say, well, is this wrong or right? And when you come, some things will be very, very clear. Other things, maybe it's not quite as clear. But you just want to have wisdom there. So great question. Anyone else? That was a good question. Any follow-up questions? Yeah, Emma. What is the word? Loosed? Where is it at? Because a lot of times it helps me to get the context of the... Yeah, well, tell me the reference of it, and then you can read it. Okay, Matthew 16:19. Okay? Matthew 16:19. Go ahead and read the verse so everyone can hear it, and then I will we'll talk about it, okay? Go ahead and read it. Okay, good question. You guys read this, I believe, was it this week? Was that part of your Bible reading for that? This is one of the great passages. We see Jesus with his disciples in Caesarea Philippi, northern edge of Israel here, and he asks them a question. He says, who do men say that I am? Maybe some of you remember reading this. Remember what they say? Peter speaks up. Hey, some say you're Elijah, some say you're one of the prophets, some say, and then Jesus stops him. And he asks the most important question that anybody could ever ask. And this is the most important question that you will need to answer someday. Who do you say that I am? Can I tell you something? It doesn't matter who I think Jesus is. It matters who you do. Because I believe that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh that died on a cross, paid the price for my sin, and rose again the third day. But if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. Just because I believe it doesn't. For my kids, just because I believe something doesn't matter. They must one day believe it for themselves. Peter answers, and he gives the right answer here. You guys know about Peter, right? Peter is that disciple that has a problem that all of us fall into. He speaks before thinking sometimes. You guys ever done that before? Like he says something and is like, doesn't really, this time though, he gets the right answer. And let me show you the verse though, this verse before it, because this verse before it is very, very important because some people take this out of context to mean something else. It says, and I say, verse number 18, and I say unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. There is a denomination that says that Peter is the first pope or the first leader of the church, and Peter was set up and all of these things. Peter was. There is no one in the church that is over everybody. And when Jesus is talking to Peter, we don't understand it as much because we don't understand the original language. Do you know who he's saying is the rock that he's going to build the church upon? It's not Peter. It's Jesus. Remember, who was he talking about? Hey, who do people say that I am? And then he says, upon this rock, he's saying himself, I will build my church. He is what the church is built on. It's not built on a man. But he does give men and women special responsibilities. And that's what he's talking about right here. He's saying, Peter, you're going to go out and do some things. Loosed means you let it go. Like bind means you sort of, lack of a better term, I'll give you an example with my kids, right? My kids sometimes play where they're arresting somebody. Now that always ends up poorly because it always ends in a fight. But for like 20 minutes, they're actually having fun playing. And they'll arrest somebody and they'll take it. Now sometimes I have to go out there because they've gotten like a jump rope and they've actually tied somebody up. And that could be dangerous. I have to go out there and maybe stop that a little bit. But they'll tie somebody up. And then you go out and you loose them. You let them go. Bind means you've tied them up. Loose means you've let them go. So what he's saying is some things on this earth, Peter, you will go, and if you're praying and you're working, that God will help bind them. Some things that he's talking about. Maybe it's the persecution that will go against. It's people that will go against the church, and that the heaven is going to help them as they begin the Christian work. Some things, Peter's going to pray, and he wants people to go everywhere spreading the gospel. They're going to loose people to do that. And so that's sort of what he's talking about right there. But bind and loose is the idea of like being tied up or being free. That's what that means. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Anyone else? Okay. So let me go with you with a question. There are, one would even assume in this room, many different kinds of churches, right? Many different kinds of churches. This is a Baptist church. Some of you go to, let's see, I don't know if anybody goes to Fellowship in the past. I think they call it Fellowship Church now. They would be a Southern Baptist church. Let's see, Sunrise, I believe, is a non-denominational church. Calvary Chapel, they're a part of the Calvary Chapel movement that has gone really around the country, but started right here in Southern California, and other different churches. There's different denominations. But let me ask you this question. What is the most important thing about a church? Now, you don't make this decision. You'll move and you'll go somewhere and you're going to look for a church. What do you think is the most important thing about a church? That's my question to you guys, and I want you guys some feedback on this. All right, Nico, start us off. What the church believes and what they teach you. Good. Yes.
How close what they teach is to the Bible.
How close they teach us to the Bible. Yeah. So what they teach about biblical values, is that what you said? How it compares to biblical values. Okay, good. You have something, Jose? No? Okay. Anybody else? If you're stretching, I call it. No, I'm just joking. All right. Anybody else? What do you think is the most important thing when you one day are going to look? Yeah, Micah. The way they interpret the Bible? Okay, good. What sets the church apart is what we're there to do. Now let me ask you a question. I believe that at church you should be able to have fun. I fully believe that. I believe at church you should be able to meet friends and have people there. But church is not a social club. It's not. The purpose of church is not to be there and just to meet friends. Guys, one quick thing. Do make sure your masks are on, and those of you that have gum or maybe just put in gum just a moment ago, make sure that you get rid of that at this time. All right? When you think of what a church is, and many of you touched on this, it comes down to what does that church believe? What does that church believe? Now, here is where the church, where any one of us should get everything we believe, is from God's Word. That's where we should get it from. And many of you mentioned that. Now, a couple of key things that you're going to look at. Will churches have different standards? Yeah. Your church service may be different than our church service here. You know, maybe the way that they do it, maybe, the music's that there, different things. It may be different, but that's okay. But here's where it has to be right, is what God's Word says. Now, let me give you some wrong reasons to go to a church. Here's a wrong reason to go to a church. It's the closest church to where I live. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But if that's the only reason you're going to this church, the church, and they're not teaching the Bible there, then there is a problem with that. I'm going to this church because I love the programs they have there. Nothing wrong with that. But the most important thing is, what do they teach about the Bible? And let me get down to the very, very simple thing. What do they teach about Jesus Christ? Because the Bible is very clear. There is only one way to heaven, that is through Jesus Christ. It is not, okay, I've talked to a man, and let me say this, not every church of this faith, I believe, but I believe the vast majority do, a Catholic man. And we were talking about some of his different beliefs, and he believes in a place called purgatory. Maybe you've heard of that before, where you will. He believes that if you die and you'll go there and you'll pay for your sins, and you stay there for a period of time, and then you're let out and different things like that. And the problem is, it's not in the Bible. But here's what I asked him, because they believe that Jesus Christ died for their sins. But here's what really the main thing. So Jesus died for my sins. So if I believe in Jesus, it's like he starts me back at ground zero. So before I believe in Jesus, I'm like 100 miles underneath the surface. There's no hope for me. But then I go to ground zero. Now it matters what I do. So if I live a good life, if I take the sacraments, if I do this, then I'll go to heaven one day. If I don't live a good life, then I'm going to be in purgatory for longer. There's a problem with that, because I don't get to heaven on what I do. I get to heaven with what Jesus did. And so anything I add to Jesus, there's a problem. So let me ask you this question. If knowing what they teach about the Bible is the most important thing, if knowing what they teach about Jesus is the most important thing, then what do you think is important for you? What do you think is important for you? You need to know what is the truth. Because if you don't know what is the truth, then how will you know if what they're saying is wrong? You won't, right? You'll never know. Think about counterfeit money. I remember working at Long John Silver's. And nowadays, pretty soon, I think money as a whole will be gone, which, by the way, the Bible predicted. Just gonna say that. The Bible predicted that there will be a one world currency, and all of that will be done either in your hand or your forehead. Which countries today are in chips into people's hands and forehead that they will scan, just like a credit card or debit card, so then they will not be able to steal your identity. The Bible said that 2,000 years before this ever began to happen. But there's one. Do you have a question? That's the mark of the beast. And what does it say about it? It says nobody will be able to do any business without it, and they'll know where you're at with it. What will be in these things? What's going to be the way of doing business? Money. It'll be right here. Think about what's already in many of your dogs. A chip that if they run away, they know exactly where they're at. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying, listen, when we talk about Jesus coming back, I believe he could come back today, or it could be 500 years from now. But I'm just saying, if you look at the biblical, when you read the book of Revelation, it is, I'll give you one more thing that the Bible says will happen at the end times. There will be two witnesses that will be they will be killed. And the Bible says they will lay dead, I believe, and the entire world will see them. Now imagine reading that 100 years ago. You're like, how is that even possible? Is there going to be like in the sky, everybody looks up and somehow sees what's happening in Jerusalem? Imagine today. You get your TV or you get this out, and what's on it? If there was a major event anywhere in the world, if there was an earthquake, tsunami, when you went home, see what's going on in the spiritual location. That today, if is speaking the truth is the most important thing, then if you are going, when they are training somebody to catch somebody that is trying to use counterfeit money, you know what they show them? They show them what real money is. That way when they see the other, they know that it's fake. You need to know God's word for yourself so you know what the truth is for yourself. All right? You guys can be dismissed. Let me give one more fair warning. Those of you with gum in your mouth right now, on your way out, spit it out, or I'll have to give you a piece of paper. All right? So make sure that you take care of that for me. You guys are dismissed, and have a wonderful weekend.
this one a push button too?
Jaden, you had the basketball. What? Jaden, you had the basketball. What? John's basketball.
There we go.
Oh, I got 100%. Bro, I got the whole button. Wait, what?
Destiny, come here.
I'm here. 90.
Okay. As of this morning.
Wait, can you turn that off?
As of this morning.
I didn't even know where it was. Save.
That's what you got right now. Okay? So, I need all that work.
Yeah.
Okay? I know.
But I'll call somebody at lunch. And I'll ask them if they can bring it for me.
Why don't you go call now so you don't forget? Okay?
Can I use your phone?
No, go to the office and call. Okay? Go do it right
Can
now.
Jaden go with me?
Somebody can go with you, yes.
Jaden, come with me.
She has to go make a phone call. Okay.
He's gonna be mad at me.
Okay, class, time to be seated. Cody, Okay, got my check sheet out. If you want to start the hour with checks, we can do that. I think I've asked you a couple times, 3 times at least, to be quiet. Okay. Okay, so Cheyenne's absent. I thought I saw Cheyenne walking up this morning. No? Okay. But she may be online or coming online here shortly. But we'll see. Okay, so Brianna's absent. Might be online. They're here. Jazz is here. Just those 2? Erica? Is Erica here? No? Okay. Class. Jasmine, that's 1. And so is Emily. And so is Cody. Okay? Because I've asked you to be quiet several times. Okay? Okay, like I said, this could be a short lesson or it could be a long one, depends upon your cooperation at this point. Okay? We're on page 7 of your notes. Lesson 36. We're coming up on a test here pretty quick. We only got about 1, 2, 3 more lessons. Okay? And then reviews. So we're coming up on a test, test 3, which means we'll be about a week behind as far as weeks in school because your number 3 test is your midterm, your quarter test. So we're just about a week behind. That's not bad. Okay? I don't get concerned about being behind necessarily, unless we are way behind. Okay? But that's okay. We can get caught up on certain days here and there. Okay. So 36, let me put it up on the screen and we'll get going. Okay? Yes, sir.
We're only on page 7.
Yep.
I'm already done with them.
Good. Okay, you just worked ahead. That's fine. Just sit quietly. Shh. Okay, let's go on with this. Hi, Mia. Glad to see ya. Okay. I'm not going to do this. That's 36, so I need to go to 37. Nope, I don't. We're doing a review question, okay? Okay, here it is. What are imitation stones which look like a natural gemstone but have different chemical and physical properties? I think I heard it. No. Simulant gemstones. Okay. What are stones that are identical to their natural counterparts in appearance and chemical content? Synthetic. What is a highly complicated process that is primarily used to produce emeralds and certain non-gemstone minerals? Hydrothermal synthesis. Okay, your lesson. Rocks. Substances of the earth. So, if you didn't know, and this is to help Cody out, a rock is a hard material that makes up the earth's crust. Okay? Okay. It's a hard mineral substance that makes up the earth's crust.
But it's good. It tastes good. Tastes like chicken.
Uh-huh. People who or the study of rocks is petrology. Petrology. This is where they get the idea of pet rocks.
Didn't that one guy make like millions and millions of dollars off that?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm just kidding. This, I mean, it may have came from this, the idea, but that's not the meaning. Okay. Petrology. Are you done? Good. Okay. There's three categories that rocks are included in. Does anybody know what those three are?
Hard, soft, and
No. What are they?
Cheaters.
Shh.
Igneous, intrusive, and extrusive.
Okay. Igneous and not the third one. Nope.
Three categories of rock. Metamorphic.
I'm not even sure you got the second one, to be honest. Okay. So let's see what you get. Okay. Aaron, you know?
Yes.
What?
Igneous, metamorphic. Just copy shade.
Sedimentary. Okay. So our first one is the igneous rock. Okay. Type of rocks that are formed when magma solidifies. Okay. When magma solidifies. Good, you guys are messy. Shh. Okay. Your your second category. Your second category is your sedimentary. Okay. These are rocks that form when deposits of sand and minerals are cemented together. Okay. Sediment, it's being put together. Igneous, igniting, volcano igniting. Okay. Sediment, you're settling things together. Okay. Says in these three descriptions or pictures, you have all of these different colors in here, and that means it's just been cemented together, various types of rocks that are put together to form one rock. Your third category, metamorphic. Type of rock that's formed when pre-existing rocks are altered by heat or pressure. Okay? So igneous, dried lava. So you got the igniting part idea. Sediment, you're settling things together. Okay. Metamorphic has a preheating aspect to it, and then when it dries or cools down, then you've got your rock form. Okay. I can't tell here. Okay, so let's start off with our igneous rocks. Okay. Okay, igneous rocks form when magma solidifies. So you have intrusive. Now, Jasmine, this is where you got those words. They are different descriptions of igneous. Okay. Igneous rocks, we start off with intrusive. This just means that the magma, since that's what igneous rocks is made of, the magma hardens underground. Okay. They are known as plutonic rock after Pluto. Okay. The Roman god of the underworld.
Yeah, it's called Mount
Okay.
Rushmore.
Okay. So intrusive inside the earth. Okay. Igneous rocks are formed. So therefore, the next one would be the magma that is extruded as lava. Extrusive. Okay. Extruded as lava and hardens above the ground. Okay, so intrusive in the ground, extrusive the ground, exiting the ground. How rare is obsidian? Pretty rare, I think. Okay, so intrusive, extrusive, and third category the third category, yeah, there's more to come, but is your coarse grain igneous rock called granite. Okay, and this is what kitchen countertops are made out of, the granite stone. Okay. These are slowly cooled rocks, okay? And John's a little ahead of us on this, okay? But our category, first one, is your granite, okay? A common igneous rock, a mixture of mineral quartz, feldspar, and mica, which range in colors from black to gray to pink, okay? And this, like I said, this is what they take and make kitchen countertops out of, okay? Different things like that, okay? Granite. Your next category of coarse-grained rocks would be your gabbro. This is a dense, coarse-grained, intrusive igneous rock that ranges from dark green to a black color. Okay. Okay, so now. Woo!
If you're depressed, then you know I'm laughing.
Mr. Brown. Okay, you can take that. Okay, you take that too. It's already graded.
Okay, so listen up, Listen to this carefully. Shh. Listen to this carefully.
Don't bully.
Your homework tonight is just to read page 85.
Oh,
Okay? And right now, shh.
Divorce.
Right now, Cody, if you have any missing work, I want you to work on it now. Today is the due date. It's also the dead date, okay? Okay? So, any missing work, check the list. It's been updated as of this morning, okay? Check the list. Check it twice. Make sure it's naughty or nice, okay? And get it done, okay?
Is the highlight stuff that people have done or haven't?
Have done. Yes, the guys, hey, for those that are new, if I've highlighted it off, if it's pinked off, that means you have turned it in. Okay? If it's not pinked, it's not been turned in. I'll update it. Okay. I understand, I'll update it.
Next animal, 3 letters. Bronchiosaurus.
If any of you are interested in your grade right now, I could possibly help you.
I want to see my failure in life.
So, Eliana, no grade this quarter for you, okay? Tyler, got a grade for you. Just includes a few assignments, but
This is my
okay.
grade. I would like to see.
So it's gone up a little bit. Okay.
Oh yeah, 73.
Hey, give me my pen, boo. Can I see my pen, boo?
97.
Is that like
My grade?
That's an A plus.
Just tell me. Tell me my grade. Just see me look.
88.
What's my grade?
104.
Oh, what's my grade?
103.
You're telling it to the worldwide
I am, aren't I?
You're telling
Okay. Mia, sorry about that. I always forget that I'm still online and mic'd up. Okay, so you got the homework. Okay. You're doing a good job in science, so I won't tell you what your grade is, but it is very good. Okay. So that's your homework tonight. If you have it, just a minute. Hey, hey, that's 2. That's 1. Just a minute. Okay, so Mia, your homework was just to read page 85. And if you have any missing work that you need to get turned in, go ahead and work on that and get that to me. But right now your grade is very good, so I'm not overly concerned at this point right now. Okay? But let's finish strong, get things done that you need to, okay? We miss you. We really do, Mia. We do miss you here, so hopefully that can get changed sometime. Have a good day. Okay, we'll see you on Monday. Okay, bye.
Hello, hello. Okay. If you are in the green book, it is page 58, exercise B. Okay, your diagrams. And then if you are in the blue book, it's page 66, exercise B. So you may go turn in your homework, okay, that you did on a separate sheet of paper into the tray.
Wait, what?
That's the exercise.
Oh, I did the exercise in the book. We have to do it on another paper? Oh, I didn't do that.
Okay.
Oh, for grammar, you mean?
For grammar.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the vocab. Look at my dad. Wait, what?
Make sure you're listening. Go turn it in the tray.
I did James Speed on this. Looks like you. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, page 66 in the blue book, page 58 in the green book, turn it in. Okay, today is the last day for our first quarter. So, you will see your progress reports next Friday. Okay, for those of you who have not turned things in, I'm sorry, but maybe that's why your grade will be a little lower. Okay, so make sure you guys are turning in your homework. Okay, all right. Let's do page number 67. Okay, page 67 on page or in the blue book, and then page number. Where's compliments? No, not 67 in the blue book. Sorry about that. Look at page 59. Okay, really quickly discussing your paragraphs. Okay, page 59. It's the last page in your little handout thing that some of you guys have, okay, about creative dialogue. The next step after you write is to rewrite or edit, okay, or planning, writing, rewrite, and editing. Okay, so rewriting is basically when you're already going through the entire paragraph. You need to look at your dialogue. Does it make sense? Read it to yourself. Circle things that you want to take out or take them out, or circle things that you want to change. Okay, that is editing your paragraph. Okay, so on Monday, over the weekend, I want to see any changes that you made, anything that needs to be added to it. Okay, that will be on Monday. All right, editing your paper. Okay, and then that is your creative dialogue. If you guys look on page 59, are your characters distinct? Did you develop a problem or a crisis? Did you come to a good ending or a satisfactory ending? Sit down. Did you come to a satisfactory ending with your paragraph? Does your work have unity? Does it have coherence? So unity is basically, did all the events, characters, and descriptions lead to the satisfying end? Does the work have coherence, which it means, does it make, like, is it in chronological order? Did you use transitions to indicate the time passing? Did you clearly state any change in location? All of those are part of coherence. And then, does the work have proper emphasis? Okay, something that's important, or a character that's important, something like that. And then, does it have proper support? Does it list out everything that you need for your story to make sense? Okay, and then that is exercise C, so evaluating, okay? Exercise C, page 59, is for homework, okay, for sure. Exercise C, this is where you're evaluating your work, and everything that you can look through in your paragraph, okay, there's a checklist there. Okay, numbers 1 through 7, and then we'll do exercise D and then E after we get back those evaluations. Okay, so Monday, come in with your paper evaluated, edited, or making changes, okay? And then we'll check that on Monday. Okay, go ahead and turn to page 60 in the green book, page 67 in the blue book, recognizing compliments, okay? Recognizing compliments. So, compliments are basically those that complete a sentence, okay? Go figure, compliments complete. Okay, did you just do that right now? You what?
I copied it down from my book. I did it in my book.
Okay. Okay, recognizing compliments. So look at number 1. Many times a subject and a verb are sufficient, or they're enough to express a complete thought. If you guys look in your examples, the requirements have changed. The flowers bloomed. The price of coffee has risen. The plane crashed. Guys, stop talking. Okay? Those are subjects and verbs that make a complete thought, or they're sufficient enough, or they on their own can express a complete thought. Okay? There is a third part of the sentence. Okay, so we have a subject, we have a predicate, we also have the complement. Okay, that completes the sentence. So for example, if you guys look, however, sometimes there's a third part called a complement is needed to complete the thought. The third part is called the complement because it completes the meaning begun by the subject and the verb. Okay, for example, we go, we are. Okay, we is my subject, are is my verb, but there's nothing that completes that sentence. We are what? Okay, a complement would be something that would complete that sentence. We are happy. Happy would be my complement. Okay, Prudence made, he rarely is what, or Jordan is what. Okay, so complements complete the subject and the verb. Okay, and number 3, in later lessons, you will have to identify the various complements, but in this lesson, we're just going to circle them, okay, or locate them. Okay, so in general, look at this. In general, you may need to locate a complement by asking the questions who, whom, or what after the verb. Okay, so for example, if I have a sentence and it says, we are, okay, we are who or what. Whatever answers that question is my complement. Guys, does that make sense? Okay, let's practice it. Okay, let's do exercise on page 67, number 1. Okay, they're the same in this book. Look at that. Okay, children are an heritage of the Lord. Give me my verb, Aaron. You would know if you're not coloring, okay? Number 1, page 67, or page 60. You have the blue book or the green book? Okay, page 60. What is my verb? Good. Are is the verb. What is my subject, Bella? Children.
Why isn't it children are a heritage?
Because in this saying, it's saying an heritage, okay, and words that sound with a vowel, that begin with a vowel sound, not just a vowel, you would use the word and. So like, for example, in the word hour, obviously it's spelled H-O-U-R, but because the H is silent, you would put an N. You don't say a hour, you say an hour. It's kind of the same thing in this one. But then also, it's in the Bible, and obviously sometimes the Bible is, like it has, obviously grammar rules weren't created back then, so that's why in the Bible sometimes words are misspelled or different spelled how we do it today. So this is just a verse in the Bible, and it's quoting that directly from the Bible. But I think, yeah, it doesn't say that it's from the Bible in your book, but in the other book it says it's from Psalms 127:3. Okay, good. Children are is my subject and my verb. Okay, how do I find my complement? Okay, I say children are who or what. Okay, and whatever answers that question is my complement, and I would circle it. So Destiny, children are who or what? What are they? What are they in the sentence? Children are what?
Heritage.
Good. Heritage is my complement. You would circle the word heritage. Okay? Underline your verb twice, which is are, and your subject once, which is children. You circle your complement, heritage. Okay? Heritage is my complement. Number 2, John Newton wrote the words to the song Amazing Grace. Natalie, what is my verb? Wrote. Who or what wrote, Jason? John Newton is my subject. John Newton wrote what, Cody? What did he write? Words. Words is my complement. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody? You have a question, John? Did you have your hand raised? Okay. John Newton wrote words. Word is my complement. Okay, number 3. The Lord is righteous. Tyler, what is my verb? Is. Okay, in order to find the subject, who or what is? Micah? Lord. Lord is my subject. Lord is who or what, Jaden? Righteous. He is righteous. So righteous is my class complement. Okay, righteous is my complement. Number 3 in the blue book, a good man obtaineth favor of the Lord. Ari, what's my verb? Obtaineth. Who or what obtaineth? What is my subject, Jasmine? Man obtaineth. What did he obtain? Jezreel? What did he obtain? Look at your sentence. Good man obtaineth favor from the Lord. Favor. Good. Favor is my complement. You would circle favor. Okay? A good man obtaineth favor. Number 4, in the green book, patience is a wonderful virtue. What is my verb? Ellie, she doesn't have any books. John, what's my verb? Patience is a wonderful virtue. Is my verb. What is my subject, Jose? Patience is. Patience is who or what? Hudson? Virtue. Good. Patience is virtue. Virtue is my complement. Number 4, Irenaeus was a theologian in the early church. What's my verb, Bella?
Was in number 9 the same as whatever they become.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Was is my verb. Who or what was? What's my subject? Jason? Irenaeus was. What was he? Who or what? Irenaeus was who or what? Destiny. Theologian. Good. Irenaeus was theologian. Theologian is my complement. Number 5, an idle brain is the devil's workshop. Okay, and that's number 11 in the blue book as well. Okay, an idle brain is the devil's workshop. What is my verb, Aaron? Is. Cody, what is my subject? Brain. Chase, what is my complement? Brain is who or what? Just workshop, okay? Devil's is an adjective describing whose workshop, okay? Devil's workshop. So workshop is your complement. And the number 5, Paul wrote many letters to the New Testament churches. Jasmine, what is my verb? Wrote. Jason, what's my subject? Paul. Paul wrote who or what, Ari? Letters. Paul wrote letters. Letters is my complement. Okay? For homework tonight, do 6 through 15. Okay? 6 through 15. You're just underlining the subject once, the verb twice, and circling the complements. Okay? Subject once, verb twice, and the complements. Actually, I think I have... Oops. I do have this for you guys. Forgot. I did that. So just some more handouts. Sorry about that. We're getting books ordered. But we're on page number, this one. So just do this page for homework tonight. Okay. Joey, just do this page for homework tonight. Okay, make sure when I give you something, just keep it out if we're working on it, okay? So we're doing this exercise for homework. Okay? You can do numbers 6 through 10, or 6 through the rest. Okay? So does anybody have any questions on that? Okay, make sure you're reviewing for your vocab quiz. Everybody pull your vocab book out. Go to page number 23. I'm going to come around and check that. Okay, exercise C. Exercise C. Okay, exercise C. Good. Cody, do you have exercise C done?
Forgot to do it.
Uh-oh. Tyler, do you have exercise C in your vocab book done? Good. Nico. Good. Aaron. Uh-oh. sure you're doing your homework. Good. Oh, sorry. Good. Good. Got big hips. Good. 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 Oh, sorry. Running into everything today. Good. 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 Okay. Good. And then John. Make sure you guys aren't keeping the balls in the aisles, okay? Good. Sorry. I was thinking it, but I didn't say it. Okay, let's go over it together. Number 1, what is a soft leather used for cleaning, class? E. Chamois, chamois, I don't know. The condition of being unknown. T. It is obscurity. Habitually inattentive, careless, irresponsible. S. Negligent. Good. Number 4, outward bearing or behavior. G. Demeanor. Okay, let's say the letter and the vocab word, okay? So we know and we're hearing which word means what, okay? Number 5, agreement reached by a group. F. Consensus. Number 6, cause of annoyance. N. Irritant. Number 7, refreshing, invigorating, stimulating. J. Exhilarating. Number 8, illogical, rambling, disjointed. M. Incoherent. Number 9, carefully, cautiously. K. Gingerly. Number 10, rend, tear, mangle. O. Lacerate. Number 11, claiming to be worthy of distinction, showy. U. Pretentious. Number 12, adjoining. B. Adjacent. Not adjacent, adjacent, okay? Number 13, worsen, intensify. C. Aggravate. Number 14, authorize, enable, permit. H. Empower. Number 15, bright, glowing. Q. Luminous. Number 16, grow. W. Wax. Number 17, move or develop faster. A. Accelerate. Number 18, additional helping. D. Auxiliary. Number 19, refinement, cultivated taste, cosmopolitan qualities. V. Sophistication. Number 20, tombstone inscription. I. Epitaph. Good. Okay. For those of you who did not do it, hopefully you were following along. Those are your answers for you. You're welcome. Okay. Make sure you guys are studying that. Yes. Okay. Make sure you're studying that. Your quiz is on Tuesday, November 17th. Okay. Tuesday, November 17th. Review test 1 over lists 1 through 7. Okay. That is vocab and words. All right. So study your rules. Okay. We've already said this. Study your rules. Why do I keep turning this on? My computer's dead. Okay. Study your rules, study your vocab. If you guys read through the list, that will really help you and be familiar with the words, okay? Awesome. Are there any questions? Okay, for literature, you need to start reviewing Unit 4. Okay, we already finished that. And then we'll give some review for that on Monday. Make sure you know your authors, okay? If you guys have your notes, everything that you've already started in your notes from Unit 1, 2, and 3. Okay, are we in Unit 3 or 4? Was that 3? Okay, 3. Sorry, not Unit 4. We're in Unit 4 in the other class. But Units 1, 2, and 3. Okay, study Unit 1, study Unit 2, and study Unit 3. Tonight, you can start studying Unit 1, those authors. Monday, you can start studying Unit 2. Tuesday, Unit 3. That will help you, and then you can review. Let me pull out what day I have our review quiz or our review test for. What's so funny? I mean, clearly something was funny. But I'm not laughing. Okay? That is on Friday the 13th. Okay? That is next Friday. Friday the 13th, we have our test over units 1 through 3. Okay, make sure you guys write that down. Okay, write it down. Friday, November 13th is review test over 1 through 3, units 1 through 3. Okay. And then we do have a quiz on Tuesday in grammar. Quiz 6, that is over pages. Let me pull that out for you. Quiz number 6. Pages, where unit 4, it's just the kind of sentences, your subject and your verbs, and your diagramming. Okay, pretty easy. So you need to know your subject and your verb, how to find it. You need to underline it once, subject once, underline the verb twice. Then you need to know the 4 kinds of sentences. Okay, what sentence makes a statement? Declarative sentences. Okay, what sentence asks a question? Interrogative. Okay, everybody open your books really quick. Okay, go to page number. Kinds of sentences. Page 44 in the green book. What page at the bottom is that? I don't think we're there quite yet. So, yeah, you'll be in the green book. Okay, that's copies from the green book. Okay, go to page 57. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, you need to know these kinds of sentences. A declarative sentence makes a statement. An imperative sentence gives a command or makes a request. Okay, gives a command or makes a request. There's the differences between a statement and a request. Okay, make sure you know those. Don't put statement in an imperative sentence because that is declarative. Okay, it makes a request. Number 3, an interrogative sentence asks a question, ends with a question mark, and then an exclamatory sentence shows sudden or strong feeling. Those are the 4 kinds of sentences. Okay, you need to know that for your quiz. Then finding the subject and the verb, and then diagramming. So diagram the subject and the verb. There's compounds. If you need to know the compound, how to diagram a compound, subject, and a verb, and that's it. Okay? Should be pretty easy if you know how to diagram. If you have to find your sentence and your subject and your verb, and then 4 kinds of sentences. Yes, Bella. Tuesday. Tuesday, the 10th, is quiz number 6 in grammar. Yes, Emma? No, the spelling test is on Tuesday, November 17th. Okay? Tuesday, November 17th is the spelling test. Grammar quiz is Tuesday the 10th. And then Friday the 13th is your literature test. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, Chase, what I'm about to tell you. Good. Okay, same thing. Cody, everyone should be cleaning up their desk before we go to lunch. Joey, it's good. Glad you're keeping all your books in order. Huh? Jose, were you not listening? Seriously, were you not listening? Do you need it? Okay. Just straighten out the stuff on your desk. Oops.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. We're talking about 3.1. This is a foundation of algebra, or this chapter is foundations of algebra. And we're going to start out with one of the foundations of the foundations, and that is the order of operations. All right, now you are probably familiar with the acronym PEMDAS. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. And we will be using that quite heavily. As a matter of fact, I don't know why they don't just lean into it in the textbook, but we're moving on.
Why are we excusing Aunt Sally? What did she do?
She's just rude. She's just rude, so we have to say it all the time. Okay, moving on. So sorry for anyone's aunt who's named Sally. Okay, moving on. Let's make sure we're not talking, gentlemen. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, so PEMDAS, first of all, we're going to handle simplify within grouping simples, also known as parentheses. There's a reason why we're rewording that a little bit, okay, that grouping symbols, okay, because there's other types of grouping symbols besides parentheses. There's also brackets and braces and fraction bars. We'll get to that. Okay, simplify exponents, okay, that's the E. If there's something up there, we simplify exponents next. Then we multiply and divide from left to right, okay? Did you catch that? We multiply and divide from left to right in order. So if a division problem comes first, you have to do the division before you do the next multiplication. Multiplication by itself is commutative. When it's mixed, not so much. Does that make sense? Okay? Same with addition, subtraction. Okay? From left to right. That's the key. So PEMDAS here, okay? Let me make a new page. If we do PEMDAS, and if you're not familiar with this, by the way, this means parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. Okay? Parentheses is anything that looks like it's a grouping symbol. Okay? The top is group. Whoops. And the bottom is grouped together. So you have to simplify the entire top of a fraction bar, the entire bottom of a fraction bar. Those are grouping symbols. Okay? Then you have exponents. We have whatever to the whatever power. Okay? That's exponents. Okay, so this is 1. This is 2. These two together are 3. We have multiplication and division from left to right. You have to go in order. So if the division comes first, left to right, you do the division first. If the multiplication comes first, you do the multiplication first. We're going to go through and practice this, but I'm trying to get this all in symbols so you guys remember it. Okay? Then we have addition, subtraction as one sign, the same way, and this is our 4th step. All right? Any questions there? Great. Let's go on to this. Okay. Here is a pre-done problem. We're going to walk through it. Put down your pencils, eyes up here. This is the first blue box on page 94, so it's in your textbook already. So just pay attention. What do you need?
No one's on that side. Can we tilt it like a little?
Cool. All right. So what's first in our list? Parentheses. Inside my parentheses, I have 1 plus 3. I'm going to do inside the parentheses first. That gets me 4. That's why it's red in the second step. That's where it came from. So far, so good? Okay. Are there any other parentheses? We checked that first. No. Okay. Next step is exponents. So I'm going to take that 4 I just got and square it, which means 4 times 4. We get 16, hence why it's like that in the next step. Now, then we do multiplication and division from left to right. So if we go down to the next step, we have division, 16 divided by 4. That gives me 4. If I keep going, 6 times 5, that's 30. Okay? You may have to do multiple rounds of multiplication division if they're one right after the other. These are separated by addition, so we can do them at the same time. Okay? But if it were 16 divided by 4 times 6, we would have to do one where it's the 16 divided by 4, then to times 6, and keep going. Okay? Don't be afraid to do a lot of writing. Okay? Also, do not keep doing this horizontally. Keep going down like this, so we can see the chain of substitution. Yes? You're supposed to. I don't. All right. Anyway, then we do addition and subtraction from left to right. So we have to do 20 minus 4, which is 16, plus 30, 46. Then we get down to our answer. The reason why we have this set of rules And specifically so that given the same math problem, we all get the same answer. That's the reason for the set of rules. There is nothing about the set of rules that is intrinsic in math other than we've all agreed to do it. Okay? So if you don't follow the rules, you get it wrong. It's that simple. All right, let's talk about this a bit more. Grouping symbols, I've already mentioned this. Oh, hey, they include the fraction bar. Sweet. Most textbooks don't. All right, so you got parentheses, brackets, braces, and then fraction bar. Basically, long story short, when you're on the parentheses step, you work from the inside out. Let me explain. Look at just the braces line, okay, that third line down. The first thing we would do, it looks scary, but if you take it one step at a time, it's not that bad, okay? The first thing we would do is this inner set of parentheses, then we would do the brackets, then we would do the braces. You work inside out, okay? I will in an example here shortly. Okay, so let's look at this one. There you go. All right, we have this set. So first step is parentheses. So I look for the most inside set of parentheses, which is the 70 minus 4. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. All right, that gives me 66. Okay, great. I rewrite the step. Okay, then I still have to deal with parentheses first, and then inside my parentheses, I still follow the order of operations. Okay, that's why we did parentheses first, inside parentheses. Okay? Then, inside the parentheses, I have multiplication and subtraction. Which one comes first? Multiplication. Okay, I'm not worried about anything outside the brackets right now. Doesn't matter. Okay? So we do 27 times 2, that gives us 54. Now in brackets, we have 66 minus 54. We can take that all the way down to 12. Then we can do our last bit of subtraction. 32 minus 12 is 20. Okay? Do you see how we just go from the inside out? Yep. Okay? That's all we're doing. That's not going to work. Okay. Add. Example 3.1a. Okay? We have 7 plus 4 times 8 minus 6 divided by 3. Okay? Sorry that looks a little funky. Sometimes it picks up false taps. All right, so what's my first step? Parentheses. Do I have any? Nope. Done. Exponents. None. Sweet. Multiplication and division from left to right. So what's the first one I come up against? 4 times 8. So 7 plus, and then we have 4 times 8, which is what? 32. Okay. Minus, and then we have 6 divided by 3, which is 2. Okay? Now then, I need to do addition and subtraction from left to right. So 7 plus 32 is 39, and then minus 2 is 37. If you can do it all at once like that, that's not a decimal, by the way. If you can do it all at once like that, you can. If you need to write it separate steps, please do. Excuse me. There's no bonus points for getting it done in shorter steps. Yes? Okay, yes.
How come you didn't do actually wait. Never mind. I think I got it. Because I was confused on the end when you did 7 plus 32 minus 2.
Yes.
But I noticed that we're going left to right.
Yes, you have to go left to right. In this particular problem, it wouldn't work, and we'll discuss why later. Okay? Or it would have been fine. But that's, in order for it to be fine, we have to know signed numbers. We don't know about signed numbers yet. Okay? So that's why the left to right is extremely important. That and multiplication and division specifically is where it tends to trip you up. All right. That was example A. Part B. We have 3 squared plus 1 times 6. So first step is parentheses. Inside my parentheses, I have 2 operations. I have exponents and addition. Which one comes first? Exponents, yes. Oh, you're just, okay, yeah, you can just answer. All right, so we have exponents. What's 3 squared? 9. So we have 9 plus 1 times 6. Okay? 9 plus 1 is? 10. Because we still have to deal with parentheses first. Notice that the parentheses are just overriding the natural order. Because normally we would have done the multiplication first, but the parentheses said, no, do the addition first. Okay? That's the reason why parentheses are our override code, if you will. Okay? So, yes? You would get a different number, and it would be wrong. That's what happens. 10 times 6 is?
67.
All right, C. No, I need a new screen for this. Hold on. Part C. When a math teacher has to clear the board, you know it's going to be a long one. We have 4 plus brace, 5 plus bracket, 7 minus parenthesis 2 plus 3 parenthesis bracket brace. Okay. By the way, I do not expect your braces to look quite that neat. Okay, just to be clear. Ouch. Okay. I'm just saying I'm not expecting them to be perfect. Okay, that's actually kind of sad for me. But anyway. Wow. That actually hurt my soul. All right, so, okay. It will get better as you go. Just try to make it close. Okay. All right, so we have, obviously I have to work from the inside out. Okay, so I have to do 4 plus, and then I just start copying. 5 plus bracket, 7 minus, now I can do parentheses, 2 minus 3, or sorry, 2 plus 3 is? 5. Okay, parentheses are done, close my bracket, close my brace.
Question? Can I ask a question? So are like the braces like the last?
After that, you would just go back to parentheses. You can keep going.
I mean, why can't we just do parentheses?
You can, and actually calculators require you to.
So why
Calculators, braces, and brackets mean different things. So you have to use parentheses inside parentheses. The reason why we don't is it makes it clearer which group's which.
but like, why didn't we do the braces in
We did.
I mean,
Oh, why is it in the order it is? For the same reason why quotation marks get weirder as you get it further inside a quote. Anyway, moving on. We got to just...
the bubble ones are the simple ones.
All right. Here we go. Now, then we have 4 plus, and I can't do anything about my braces yet. So 5 plus, or brackets, 7 minus 5 is? 2. Close my braces. All right. So 4 plus 5 plus 2 is?
11.
Whoa, hold up. I messed up something somewhere.
Of course you did. How? Wow.
I just copied the problem wrong. Will you chill? Goodness, this is supposed to be a multiplication sign. I copied down the problem wrong. That happens, okay? So 5 times 2 is? 10. 10 plus 4 is? 14. All right, see, it's not that bad. You just got to work from the inside out and hopefully copy the problem correctly in the first place. All right. Now, listen up. Let's stop and listen. That is final warning. I'm just going to start issuing demerits at this point. You guys are just being disrespectful today. Okay, I'm talking you're not that simple. Next. Now, again, I mentioned this earlier, but let me just explain this before we do an example. Okay, if I have this, I have to simplify the entire top of the fraction first and the entire bottom of the fraction first before I can deal with the fraction. So 3 plus 25 is? 28. 9 minus 5 is?
4.
Does 4 go into 28 evenly?
7.
Yes, how many times?
7.
7. So I have 7 plus 2, which is 9. Okay, makes sense? Yes.
How'd you get a 4 out of 9 divided by 5?
What? That's 9 minus 5. Sorry, there's an extra dot in there. There you go. That's due to the pen accidentally tapping. It's a lot more sensitive in here than I would like. All right. So you have to do the brackets, or everything inside the fraction bars. And then keep in mind, fraction bars are a division problem. Okay? So they follow that same pattern. Division comes before addition. I forgot to mention that when I did it. But that's why we did the fraction first, then the addition. Okay? Make sense? So far, so good? Cool. Okay. All right, so here is example B. That is tiny. My goodness. You know what? I can zoom in. Can I? Yes. All right, so we have 3 cubed plus 1 times 5 all over 24 minus 2 cubed plus 3. So inside both pieces of the fraction bar, we need to be following order of operations. Okay, make sense? So we have, first of all, 3 cubed, that's 27. 3 times 3 is 9, times 3 is 27. All right, and then we keep going. We have to deal with this multiplication next, so 27 plus 5, and we get 32. Now, honestly, we could have done, what? You good? Okay. We could have done the denominator at the same time as the numerator. That's perfectly fine. They're just showing one step at a time to make it extra clear. Okay? So now we need to simplify the denominator. All right, so 2 cubed is 8, okay, because exponents come before subtraction. And then 24 minus 8 is 16. We end up with a division problem plus 3. Okay? 32 divided by 16 is 2. 2 plus 3 is 5, and that is our final answer. Make sense? All right. Time for practice. Let's do this. I'm looking at what I want to do here. No? Okay, your homework. My left and right hands are not getting along today. It's only 13 questions. If you guys apply yourselves, you can be done before the end of class. I am not assigning the practice problems. I will probably have you guys do some of the practice problems on Monday. Huh? Notice there's 2 sections in your book. There's a practice section and a homework section. You're doing the homework section. Make sense? Where it says homework 3.1? Yes. Give me just a minute, please. All right, so make sure homework 3.1 is done. Real quick, as soon as I find my lesson plans, they're there. All right. Real quick reminder, there is no school on Wednesday of next week. There is school Monday. Okay? So you guys do need to be here. Also with that, your next quiz will be on Tuesday of next week over 3.1 and 3.2. So I'm just letting you guys know now it's coming. Past that, that's what you guys are working on. If you have not yet turned in your test corrections, you have to do so today. Today is the last day of the quarter. I'm closing out your grade book today. No, because I don't have it. Anyway, so today is the last day of the quarter. So whether you're a distance learner or whether you're here, you have to have all your stuff in today. All right? Yes. Yep. Yep. Yes, that is something I hadn't talked about. If you have a number right next to parentheses, that just means multiplication. Okay? So real quick, just to deal with that one. Actually, let's deal with that one together. Number 1. I'm sure it is, but some people aren't used to the notation, so just give me a minute. Listen up. Hey. Shh. Number 1, we have 9 times 4 plus 6. 4 plus 6 is 10. So we have 9 times 10. That's what that means. Even though there's still parentheses there, there's nothing inside to simplify, so you are done with the parentheses step. Does that make sense? That tends to trip up people, so I'm just mentioning it. So now we're just going to go on to the multiplication step. 9 times 10 is 90. Boom, there's a free answer. Okay? And then I'll go through and create the assignment on Google Classroom right now. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later. As soon as I figure out.
Hello. Welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're watching. We do have a quiz today. So for those who are just distant learning right now and are coming back, all right, you'll make up that quiz when you get back. Mia, you should have the quiz already. If not, just text me real quick, and I'll send that to you right now. But we're going to take that here in about 1 minute, and then we'll be back for a few notes in about 10 minutes. Okay, so take a few minutes. If you need the quiz, let me know. Make sure you're turning in everything on time. Remember, if you're not turning in on that week, which you've done pretty good, you do receive a 0. Okay, so we have that quiz in about 1 minute. You can study for it and then take that. Make sure you send that to me as grades are being turned in today. And if you don't have that, let me know.